So,
Yeah, it could be him and his wife.
Right.
so I guess on a
that's a
formal basis, does he need to withdraw?
Just go ahead.
Okay. So excluding the owner.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we put that in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it written down
So it's like
for,
a family of six,
Yeah.
pretty much, live next door. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
and
Raise your hand.
3, 4. Okay.
Okay. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. That motion passes.
Right off the question. Can you put the agenda back on?
Oh, yeah.
So people know where-
You want to sound the next one?
Sure.
I can't wait till the first one of those comes
Use
back
permit?
to us, because I've seen you guys get into the details on one of these things before. and
Oh, yeah.
it's-
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be tough on somebody.
I don't think it's gonna get through the way it's passed.
Yeah,
Okay, are you ready for the next one, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay. It is RZ 15-27, consideration to amend the sign ordinance, Chapter 64, Article 16. As you know, the Supreme Court came down with a recent decision and on signs, and as a result of that, our city attorney is proposing some modification to our current sign ordinance. In addition, since we've opened up the sign ordinance, we did take this as an opportunity to make some minor modifications based on issues that we've seen come before us. And so the attorney's language is in red and either crossed out or underlined. Crossed out means it's being deleted, underlined means it's being added, obviously. And then the yellow is our proposed changes. Okay? So we're happy to go through this page by page with you, but
Mr. Chairman.
the intent is to make this content neutral,
Gotcha.
you know, and that's really the theme as you go through this. You see that?
Yeah, I only saw a couple
Yeah, me too.
other than the content neutral stuff. I saw y'all added a couple things. Is there any public comment on this?
There is not.
I'm gonna close it, Julie, really quick. I'm about to close it.
Come on.
I'm just
Oh,
joking.
I'm sorry, I didn't
I'm
support
joking.
Julie. I didn't want to interrupt.
Joking.
Okay, we do have a comment. Julie Zonner Bailey.
For the record, my name is Julie Zonner Bailey, and I live at 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia 30004. I would have liked to have heard the discussion, I guess, about all of the changes. I don't have a copy with the red versus the yellow to distinguish between that, which was a function of the courts versus what's being recommended. Going through and looking at it, I'll just note a few things that cause me pause, and I would ask for your consideration. And if staff wants to clarify, that would be tremendous in case I don't see something correctly. It looked to me in one of the sections that it was being recommended that signed faces that previously were made of wood or other material which has the appearance of carved, distressed, or sandblasted wood, it looked like that was being deleted, but that may or may not be the case. I would be concerned if that was being deleted, because what has been helpful in the more rural AG1 areas is that the makeup of the sign itself has been of a nature that it looks more rural, and therefore our signs look better than just about any community in the state of Georgia. They could look even better than they do, but I would ask us that we surely don't want to remove anything that has allowed signage to be more rural and more appropriate in its physical appearance. So maybe I'm missing something, but it looks like that was being deleted, and I can't imagine why in the world we would remove that. There were some things that, and I don't believe that there was any change in the size of signs, and I don't know if Mrs. Fields, if you could just confirm that is accurate.
That's correct.
Okay. So the removal was a concern. I surely understand and I support the fact that we need graduation signs for a period of time. It looked like that was being introduced. I think that accommodates the need for us to celebrate our seniors when they graduate from high school, as long as it's for an appropriate amount of time. References to searchlights, That was something new. It looks, and that was for a new occupancy signage, and it looks like it's restricted to 48 consecutive hours. I would just ask that you ensure that anything with searchlights, which is not very rural and impacts our night sky, that is indeed limited and restricted to a one-time, maybe event opening. That's how I interpret that, but without some discussion, I don't know that to be the case. So I would ask that you just give the diligence to this to ensure that any changes that are not court mandated would not negate the look and appearance of signs, and that we keep them in concert with our rural environments and with our current overlays. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Okay. I'll close public comment. I guess I really don't mean to go line item by line item, but what, Frank?
Hey, before we get started, one of the concerns that I have in the signing ordinance in general, and it was brought to my attention this weekend by an individual who happens to be in real estate, which was a surprise, that our enforcement of our ordinances are very, very weak. And he gave me a list, which I don't want to run down through it, of places which are not following the sign ordinance. So my comment to him was, if you'll get me those, which he did, that I would see that enforcement took action. But in many cases, some of these that we're changing allows that to continue. And I'm very concerned that we don't have the enforcement to take care of some of these specifics.
Just interruption, that started running at 7:53, the Granicus, so
Good.
we're
I'm
recording.
glad it was on. So it's a comment.
Well,
I don't-
if you have that list and you can share that with us, we would be more than happy to follow up on that.
Okay. Well, you'll hear some of the points when we get to them as far as banners are concerned and that.
Do you want me to address the speakers?
Yeah,
comments
the wood,
first?
yeah, the wood,
So,
'cause I had a question on that too.
okay, so we deleted it in those districts like apartment and O&I and areas that are typically in the Deerfield area, because that requirement, I believe, originated out of the northwest, what was
Right,
northwest
rural
and what was
Milton.
Crabapple and Birmingham. And we've kept it in Birmingham and Crabapple, because that's appropriate. But we
Right.
don't foresee, like the Deerfield area, having wood-like signs. I mean, that was never a part of it in the commercialized area. I mean, you still have to have externally lit ground signs and
I guess my
certain
question is
requirements.
it bad if they have a
Why?
wood sign?
Yeah, that was my
I
point.
mean, I guess, is
I mean,
it,
typically they
Why
don't really have
eliminate?
wood, they'll have wood looking, I mean, but it doesn't say that you can't have a wood looking, it's just saying to require that
Oh,
it
so-
has to be a
oh,
wood
so you're s-
looking.
okay.
I mean, I don't,
Yeah, it's in the mix, but right now it's saying that this is the only thing you should have.
so I'm just curious, so what has been being erected in those areas?
you mean, in which areas, the
The-
Deerfield?
Yes.
I mean, they're not wood looking, typically if you just look at your wall signs, I mean, they can be backlit, I mean, wall signs are allowed to be backlit.
Maybe I'm just confused,
Or
so,
freestanding signs, they typically,
okay, so this was never in there? The wood we were never required the wood to be in
right,
there?
not in for the Highway 9 area or
Okay.
Deerfield. But it,
Oh, so I guess I'm confused. So it was in red. Who added the red and then who crossed it out? I guess that's
we
what.
did. So it was there, I mean, we
Page
didn't,
20.
we didn't add it. So obviously it was in the apartment, and that's not appropriate. I mean, apartments aren't typically, that's really only gonna be in the Deerfield area.
Right.
And we're not gonna require them to have a wood-looking ground sign.
Right,
That
right,
never
right.
happened.
So
It's not-
so rural Milton, Crabapple, Birmingham. It's still
It's still in there.
okay.
It's still
Okay.
required.
Okay.
Right. Now, I will say, we don't, We have it under AG, we should put it under AG1 because it's under the district standard. And
Correct.
I agree that if there's a
Yes.
use that's out there under a use permit in
Yes.
AG1, it should be. So I would
I agree with that.
recommend that we make that, like on page 15, 4.7, that we make it required under the AG1 freestanding sign.
Okay.
And I think that would
Got it.
address the concern.
I agree with
overall.
that.
So,
Are y'all good with that? Okay.
does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, as long as we're not getting rid of it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go line item by line item, but there are questions that y'all have on everything. Just go ahead and start firing them off. I know Gabriel had some.
I just, I just have one, Kathy and Robin.
I'm sorry.
I noticed in several places, the following signs may be erected for a single period no more than 48 hours. This is on, when it's a new occupancy signage.
Right.
My concern, and I'm totally coming from a business point of view, 48 hours is a very short period of time to advertise your new business being open. I think more reasonable is a 7-day period.
And I think that there's another section that that's just
Yes.
for the special use permit, for that special permit to have a grand opening. But I do believe, and I don't do signs every day, but I do believe a new business is permitted to have kind of a free-for-all banner
30 days.
30 days.
I think I read 30 days for a
from
banner.
the point of CO or business license.
Yes.
So they are allowed another banner for about 30 days from the opening or inception
So
of the
this
business.
48
It's
consensus.
just a special, like, grand what we used to call grand opening, but the attorneys called it this other.
But it is in there that a new business can have a banner for 30 consecutive days from their CO.
Right.
I read it somewhere.
Yeah, it is
Okay.
in there.
Okay.
And that really is for those businesses who haven't ordered their sign yet, and it hasn't come, but
Right.
but they need to
It's a
open their
vi-
doors.
A viable new business.
Right.
I mean, it's a bona fide.
I mean,
new
I guess
business.
if they were really on top of it, they could have their sign and the banner, but yeah, you're right. Typically, it's probably used for that. So it's just for that little administrative permit that has the grand opening event, that they could have another banner.
In addition to
In
their
addition.
30-day banner.
For that 48 hours.
Because it's kind of confusing on page 21.
No.
It says the new occupancy signage, and it says, not more than,
Yeah, well, that's the legalese to get around the issues that were brought up under
Okay.
the Supreme Court.
I mean, this is
Yeah,
mostly
that's,
legal
you know,
verbiage.
it's- Yes, that's right.
So what we're talking about is basically signage for a grand opening.
Events, yes.
Right, right, and that's when
Okay.
they can have the Clegg light, and they can have the gorilla, the air, the air.
Inflatable.
gorilla. All that stuff is allowed under here.
Right.
And how do we come up with the 48 hours, I guess is my next question.
Probably a weekend.
That was done previously. I mean,
I'm-
we did it a couple or
I bet you
years
that's
ago.
like a weekend thing. If you have a grand opening, it's going to be
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday.
Sunday, yeah,
It's
I
kind of
think
what I'm
that's
thinking.
true.
Now, can they ask for additional time on that? Is there a way to get around that? And
They just do it anyway. and
They do.
they just
leave it
have-
up till somebody
I mean,
stops
we
them.
just said they
that-
could
well,
have
that-
30 days of
that's
a banner.
exactly my point.
Yeah, see,
Now, the barber shop
yeah.
on Windward
Get
is
fed
a
over.
grand opening, still up, and it's not a grand opening.
You get Fred off.
And that's really what your point was about the
Exactly.
violations. Who's responsible for that?
Right.
Where's the
Right,
teeth?
is
Who
that
can do
Alpharetta
that?
or is
Yeah,
that,
we don't
is
have-
that us?
That's an
don't have-
Alpharetta
that's-
address.
Yeah, that's, well, if it's on Windward,
It's
it's a
on-
barber shop.
On Windward,
But if it's,
Which side of Windward?
it's on
It's-
our side of Windward. The Walmart's on ours, right?
right, is that
Oh,
where,
that's correct.
Where Ray's Pizza is in there?
Yes.
okay.
You call that Barbara up.
But if you look up at the top of that page 17, at the very top, and the top one that's been crossed out, you can see it says the special event permit for a grand opening is valid for a period of 48 hours. So the attorney took that language and rewrote it.
I see, yeah.
That's why it ended up to be a new occupancy signage. And again, it's the legalese to respond to the Supreme Court.
Any reason why they removed the temporary tent? I'm just curious.
We don't, I mean,
That's like, what's the
it
point?
could have been an oversight, I don't know.
I was just curious.
So if they had a 3-day grand opening event, their sign could only say 48 hours, 2 days. So they can't have a 3-day grand opening event.
I mean,
In theory, I guess,
Yeah.
but you know, by the time we sent the code enforcement officer there, it'll probably be,
I know, but I mean, to me, having a rule and then not enforcing the rule, as Fred has pointed out rather succinctly, doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if we're gonna have a rule, then we have to enforce it, and I think in this case, being reasonable and setting a reasonable rule, maybe that's why we don't have people enforcing these, because we know they're not reasonable. If a person, very few people have only a 2-day grand opening event. Some people have a 3-day, some have a full week. I just prefer to have a way that we can do this under the rules and that people are not violating the rules.
I mean,
when they-
I think the timing has not, I mean, you can, if you want it to be a different length of time, that's your discretion. It was more
Yeah,
the wording.
but
and
that's
what you
just
called
my
it.
personal
Yeah.
opinion.
I
I don't
know,
know
I agree.
how everybody else feels here.
I
I mean,
totally
to me,
I'll always give the benefit of the doubt to a business owner.
To the
Yeah.
business.
On a grand opening.
I mean, to me, grand openings normally are 1 week long as a rule. Most people I've seen in business have, their first week is a grand opening week.
Would you want to, I guess the reason why they don't want to do it a week is they don't want the blow up monkey on
Right.
crab
right,
apple.
and that's
So-
exactly what I'm thinking.
So with
Yeah.
72 hours, do like, that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday
Wait a
at
minute,
Right.
least.
we're talking, this is specific to Banner.
Well,
I
no,
think he was just talking about
Ariel's
in,
speaking to
in
the
he was speaking in general
Because
to the whole.
it's several
okay.
different
Oh,
places.
okay.
So all the above. I mean, I'd be fine with the 72 hours. I mean, that allows the business to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Well, the banner can be up, but
And
the
that-
other stuff has to go.
And to be honest with you,
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm thinking.
that won't affect the
Right, it's
community
not, right.
in general.
Well, I was gonna say it won't affect the
I mean, it
legal
won't.
reason.
Yes. I mean, are you cool with letting it be 72 hours?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday
Yeah.
grand opening event is a good event, and
Hey,
if
we
they go
can-
beyond that, then we need to enforce
Any
the
little
right.
thing we can help out on them that really.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
So, so when it says new occupancy signage, the following signs may be erected for a single period of no more than 72 consecutive hours? Is that
Correct.
for that whole subsection?
Well, I've got, you want to go page by page on this?
Well, do you have a bunch?
Yep.
Just yeah, you can go. Just start.
On page 7, it was changed, the failure of the city to act within the 30-day period shall be deemed a denial of the permit.
No approval.
Approval.
No, I saw that.
Then it says, the failure of the city to act within the 30-day deemed is automatic approval.
Well, that's what the attorney said.
So the burden's on the city.
Mm-hmm, to
Right.
approve it or
Right.
disapprove it.
Yeah, and that's how it is, that's correct. So for instance, when we were first a city, if we did, with the whole billboard stuff, if we didn't react within 30 days, it was automatically, I mean, that's pretty typical, so I think he just changed it to be the correct verbiage.
So it becomes automatic.
Right,
Okay.
that came from him,
Yeah, I saw it was correct.
yeah.
That's
I
why
mean, I don't
need-
think it was a mistake.
That's why I brought up the explanation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I just want to point out, I guess another major thing we initiated, and as I'm looking at it, like for instance on page 25, any sign on or within 5 feet of a window is considered a window sign for purposes of application. So we struck or within 5 feet, so that any sign on a window is considered a window sign for purposes. So basically, you know, we want to make sure that it doesn't matter if you can see it through the window. Any sign on a window is considered a window sign for purposes of application. The intent was for like the Children's Learning Center where they put up that huge sign. You know, they called it art. So I'm trying to figure out. But we changed the definition up front. So let me just double check on that.
Okay.
Because the intent was to
good.
not allow that at all. So
I'll
we will look
talk
at
about
window
paper
sign.
signs.
Yeah,
as I
okay,
get
if you
through
go to
my
window
notes.
sign on page 4, window sign means any sign that is affixed to the exterior of the window or window panes,
Right.
or affixed to the interior of the window or window panes and is visible from the exterior of the structure.
And again, back to my statement, that's almost impossible to enforce. I mean, it's in there and it's good, I agree with it. But if you'll travel and look at retail, and we worked very, very hard to come up with just 20% when we did this original. But most of the windows that I see are pretty well full of paper banners, not just 20%.
Again, you know, we rely on complaints
Okay.
to enforce, and if you send them to me, I will make sure that we send someone out to look.
Okay. On page 12, we were talking about that, that Julie brought up, also be wood or brick or stone, but it was crossed out. And that's under construction standards.
D, you mean? Construction
D,
basis?
yes. That was all taken out. How come?
So that is, these are just general requirements.
Except for the overlay district, we took.
No, I guess that was on 12, section, page 12, number D, construction of basis.
Right.
Under section 642302.
I guess that's referring to, they don't want to, you know, why make the base brick if the structure is, I don't know.
I mean, the idea is that we just want it to be compatible with what the primary
structure.
building is. So if it's a clapboard building,
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just saying bases must be compatible with the exterior material of the main structure.
right.
It's for aesthetics, I guess.
Okay.
You good?
To be honest, in Crabapple and Birmingham, we don't really have a traditional base sign. It's usually, it's a pillar with that. It's not like in Highway 9 where
Right.
we have a base,
And
with
then-
a
Right.
monument sign. It's a different type of sign, so it really doesn't even apply
Yeah.
in a way to the overlay, the Birmingham and Crabapple.
Right.
You have a different type of sign, just bases. You don't have bases on those signs.
And there's where each new business shall be allowed a banner for 30. On page,
Go ahead. Go.
on page 14, B, other signage, just in number 1, we say each residence may display up to 12 square feet of signage with no single sign greater than 4 feet. Then in 3, we say each lot may post 1. Should it be both, each resident?
I mean, we can change the each lots or
Shouldn't
residence.
that say each lot, say each resident rather than each lot?
I mean, you guys can pick.
I was
which
just
one to
saying
be consistent.
consistency
Yeah,
was all I was looking at.
that's fine.
I'm okay with that.
But if it's a non-residential use in an AG1.
Well, that's true, yeah.
Then you know, like Scottsdale Farm is a non-residential use in an AG1, for instance. Or,
So this,
Would that come under business?
So do we just leave it the same, or do we change one to each lot
Maybe you wanna go each lot then. and
Yeah.
not use
for
the
number
word
one?
residence.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Okay. I was only looking for consistency.
All right, so I got, okay.
So we'll just have to make sure we change it in every category.
On page 15, number 3, freestanding signs, we changed may be externally illuminated to shall be.
Right, because I don't understand why it was may, because that kind of gives you the impression you don't have to, but we want it always to be, always shall be externally lit. So it's just
Right, okay.
making it more restrictive
Okay.
in wording.
And there again, the apartment thing comes up with the sign faces,
Right.
so that's,
And we're
We're
keeping
fine
it in
with
the
that.
AG, yeah, in AG one, yeah. Rural Milton.
on page 17, where we take out everything from D down and then repeat it. I didn't remember, did we have a discussion as it related to a temporary tent being used in conjunction with the grand opening?
I mean, we can, if you want us to keep the 10 in, we
No,
can.
I've just wondered why that was taken out.
Again, that was from the attorney, and I don't know if it was just an oversight or if it was intentional, and we can check on that. Okay?
I mean,
What's your preference?
Do you want them to keep the tent?
Do you want the tent in or out? Because we'll be happy to check with the attorney if you want it in. If you want it out, we'll leave it.
Oh, I think for the grand opening, let it be more lenient.
Be lenient.
Okay.
So you
All
want
right,
it
so
in,
let's check
check
with
it,
the attorney
yeah.
and see if we can include that. And I don't know why not, frankly.
Okay.
We'll check.
On the new ones, under 5, temporary outside display of merchandise provided. Such display shall be located next to the building entrance door while maintaining a minimum 36-inch clear, so forth. Such display must be brought inside the business at the close of the business day. Now, I remember that distinctly on which area we were talking about. But since that time, I have noticed that in our major box stores, Christmas trees, bikes, grills are out for the season. So are we,
Well, this is just under the new occupancy, right? Or this is, I mean, I think this is only pertaining to. You're just talking about in
You're
general.
talking about
Is that
outside
allowed?
storage,
Yeah.
I'm assuming it is. Whatever it is.
okay,
All right.
I agree.
All right. I mean, it is.
I mean, it is apples to oranges, but I can double check. There is a certain amount of outside storage that is permitted in commercial, but I would have to get back to you.
Okay, that,
Specific.
because I remember that night, we had a long discussion
Yep.
on that
Okay,
particular
we'll check
one,
that.
so. I think I'm nearing my head. That's all I have. That wasn't a note.
You're the sign man.
Um, so I have, these are the changes that I have, Fred. I have the grand opening 72 hours, leave the wood signage in the rural Milton, you know, AG1 stuff, keep the tent, and change the wording from residence to lot. That's what I got.
Yep.
All right. Any more discussion? I'll open it up for a motion.
I can't get mine. do we
Say the
call it?
you can just say whatever I just recommendations.
Okay. I move we approve RZ 15-27, consideration to amend the sign ordinance, Chapter 64, Article 16, with the recommended changes.
I'll second it.
I got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose? Okay. And we're going to do the meeting schedule, or are we doing rural Milton first?
We can do rural Milton first.
Okay.
I will go ahead and actually let you see what it is. So the next item is consideration to amend Chapter 50 subdivisions and create Section 50-162 rural design. This was just remanded back from the city council meeting on Monday. The council asked it to be brought back to the planning commission.
Okay. And can you tell us procedurally where? Yeah.
Okay. Here. So I think the intent that the council had was not necessarily that you make an action on it tonight, but
Right.
that I think they wanted it to be traveled concurrently with the text amendments that you all deferred at the last meeting.
Okay.
And it can be kind of rolled in
Thank
with
you.
the discussions, with the work sessions that you're proposing in December and January, and to ultimately be made recommendations in February along with the text amendments.
Okay.
So that was, I believe, their intent. So,
Sounds
and
good.
I do have some comments. So you want me to just go ahead and do the comments, or do you have questions for us?
Let's
Or
go
I
ahead.
know you had said that you had.
Let's go and do the comments
Okay.
first.
Okay, make sure. Okay. Right, these were from the previous items. Yeah. Okay. Since this is just a regular text amendment, I'll just have them come up.
Yeah.
Bill Bailey. I'm sorry.
We got 3 people in the room. They
Right,
can.
yeah, 3
You
people
got
on
all.
cards.
You got all the time in the world. We're good.
All the time in the world?
Don't say that.
No.
Yeah, well.
No, event, we all want to go home.
All right.
We want to do a good job and then go home. For the record, Bill Bailey, 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia, 30004. As we all know, this rural design needs a lot of work on it. Specifically, the conservation area and requiring property owners like myself to put 10% into a conservation easement. In my particular case, it doesn't make much sense at all. I'm already restricted by the government. My property runs along Little River. I'm already restricted 75 feet along Little River. I own 1,800 feet of Little River. That's roughly 135,000 square feet, which is roughly 3 acres. Out of 27 acres, I meet the 10%. But there's no benefit to the public. There's no public purpose whatsoever for me to spend $30,000 putting this into a conservation easement and requiring me to have someone come on my property every year to see whether the river's still there. It's kind of silly. And I'm yet to figure out the one part of the conservation use that's prohibited is impoundment of water. If you happen to have a lake on your property, you're allowed to do something other than conserve that lake in the state of Georgia. That's the last thing. Impoundments of water with a surface area in excess of 10% of the conservation area. I didn't really understand what that meant. Maybe you can explain that to me. But it does need a lot of work, and I appreciate your dedication in working on this and make it a document that we can use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Julie Zahner Bailey.
Julie Zahner Bailey, 255 Hickory Flat Road, Milton, Georgia, 3004. And just to give public recognition, I too agree with my husband, since I don't often get to say that. I believe that the enhancements to the AG1 zoning standards can benefit Milton. However, I do believe that the current draft needs work. Obviously, you guys recognize that, and that's why you asked for it to come back to the Planning Commission. So I do very much respect your request of that of the council and appreciate the fact that they and staff have remanded it back to you. I suspect we'll have more time to spend as a community discussing this, but just for the record, because it is before you this evening, I think that there are things that are inappropriate within the document currently. I also think that there are items that are missing that need to be incorporated. Specifically, and as was just mentioned by Mr. Bailey, I do believe that the current requirement of 10% of the land being put into a conservation easement by AG1 landowners is not appropriate. I think that if we as a city are going to begin to ask landowners to give up their land, that we better be prepared to ask everybody to give up their land, including anybody that lives in the city of Milton. Those of us that have sacrificed for years to protect our land for the benefit of future generations shouldn't be the ones to have to fund the rural viewshed for those that have already developed their land. And I think if you were to look on maps that indicate the number of parcels that remain, we're a dwindling number of residents. And to think that those of us that have protected our land for almost 30 years for the benefit of wildlife and of the waterways, et cetera, should now have to fund the rural viewshed for those that chose to instead profit from their land and development is unconscionable, in my opinion. So if we're going to start requiring people to gift land, let's make sure we do it of every single resident, including every resident on AG1 land and current subdivisions, and those that choose to move here in the future. It's just unbelievable to me, quite candidly, not to mention that we would not only want residents to dedicate 10% of their land, but also that we, as public school teachers and firefighters and landscapers, would have to fund the legal fees to set up the conservation easement, and then we would have to fund the annuity to pay for it every year. It's unconscionable, and I hope that that will be stricken from the AG1 enhancements. Conversely, though, I think there's a lot of great things that can be done. I think that we can require more narrow streets on our AG1 developments. I think that we can remove curb and gutter requirements. I think that we can provide some boundaries or some suggestions for rural street lighting. We've got some great examples in North Valley and some of the more recent, more rural-looking developments. That we don't have to have as many streetlights, and they can be more attractive. They can be more low-key. We can protect the night sky and still have adequate lighting for safety, but we don't need to eradicate our night sky. I'd like to really emphasize the need to remove the sidewalk requirement. I've spoken on this before, and I've heard a lot of citizens bring this up. Our rural communities should not be riddled with more concrete. We need to have less concrete, and we had started to make some real positive movement in that direction, and we had trails that were being required instead of concrete. And I don't understand, and this may be a separate topic for a different day with staff and with the city manager, but I don't know how we moved away from that, because we had created a sidewalk fund, I thought, so that somebody could request no sidewalks and instead put money into the sidewalk fund that would then help to fund a trail system. We paid folks from Georgia Tech, we paid consultants, we have a trail plan, and yet we now seem to be converting back to sidewalks that go nowhere. It's hardly rural. Nobody uses them. And in many cases, we've been approving development, and because we needed sidewalks, supposedly, we're taking trees down to put the sidewalk in that doesn't get used. It's nonsensical. So let's hopefully move towards removing that requirement and instead requiring trails that are natural, and perhaps having a trail that's required at the back of a rural viewshed, not along a roadway where folks aren't going to use them. Again, we've got some pretty examples along Birmingham Highway, a recent development that was put in. They didn't put in sidewalks. They put in a lovely trail, and it looks appropriate. It's rural. So let's really try to applaud those examples and make those the requirement and disallow the things that are not in keeping with our rural environment. Because obviously those are some easy things, and it doesn't cost anything. It just takes some diligence, and it takes attention to detail. And it's the attention to detail over the last 25 years that really allowed Milton to evolve to a place that actually wanted to become a city. So now that we're a city, we shouldn't suddenly miss out on the things that made us the city in the first place. So sometimes it's the simple things that really can help to preserve our rural environment. I think we can do more with our tree save areas. I don't think we do a good enough job at that. I think that we probably need to have more than just one singular individual looking at tree save. We've got a big community, and it's a big job. And you know, I know we have one singular arborist, but we probably need a little bit more support around our tree save and making sure that we've got enough people out in the field to look for those trees that are coming down when they shouldn't be. There's too many oops that happen, and I don't think that we have adequate staff in place to really ensure that we have our tree save areas looked after on a proactive basis. And that's nothing against Mark Law. It's that I think we need to provide him some additional support. I do think that we also need to require tree recompense on the property. Right now, unless I'm mistaken, trees can come down and then recompense can happen on a different parcel. That doesn't do anything to protect that parcel that was nearly clear cut. So I think we need to do and require tree recompense to happen on site, not somewhere else, because it kind of, again, it doesn't protect our environment. I guess in summary, conservation easements should not be required unless they're going to be required of the entirety of the city. The burden should not be on the few, it should be on the all. And while I recognize the importance of our rural view sheds, believe me, I have one of those rural view sheds, and I've worked a long time and still work hard to protect them throughout the city. But we need to be reasonable about who should fund that, and it shouldn't be the few. It either needs to be everybody or nobody. And I just look forward to continued work, and just thank you very much. I know you guys are a diligent group, and it is extremely appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next speaker is Jack Linden.
Good evening. I'm Jack Linden, live at 14810 East Bluff Road, and I think from looking around, I'm probably the last speaker. I wanted to start out by saying I appreciate the initiative and the direction the Community Development Department has taken with this rural view shed design. I think it's a good start, and I like the direction they're going, which is, I think, basically showing the concern that we preserve the rural view shed and the rural character of the city. And I also appreciate the Planning Commission's request, or I'm not sure exactly where it stands, but their desire at least to vet these issues more thoroughly. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. I was sort of hoping that we would end up with something like the committee that vetted the TDR process, where we had a group of Milton citizens that got together and with the consultant in that case. I'm not sure a consultant is necessary in this case, but got together and spent many months actually looking at the whole ordinance and deciding on what those rules and regulations ought to be. I'd love to see that sort of approach used in this case as well. With that in mind, I have a few constructive, I hope, suggestions about what I'd like to see in the final version of whatever gets put forward. I think that when we'd like to see the use of undisturbed buffers, setbacks, and maybe conservation easements, but I'd like to see those modified so that they vary with the size of the parcels. It seems to me we need different kinds of undisturbed buffers and setbacks if you're talking about a minor plat or a 5 to 20 acre parcel or a greater than 20 acre parcel. That's kind of the distinctions I've always made. And it seems to me that instead of just having sort of one size fits all, and I think the way it's written now, it says that if it's not a minor plat, then here are the setbacks and here are the undisturbed buffer requirements. And I think it ought to be modified based on those three different sizes of plats. One other thing I would suggest is that we might even want to modify those requirements depending on the size of the lots for 20 acre plus plats. What I'm thinking here is that if you had a 20 acres or more, and one of the things I think we'd all like to do is to encourage developers and landowners to put in large lots instead of 1 acre lots. And so I would think you'd want to change those requirements for those larger lots, maybe make them less onerous, for example. for the larger lots to try to get people to go in that direction. One of the things I'd like to see, for example, is that we start allowing more gravel roads in these larger places with, say, 2 acres or more. I think the current requirement is for 3 acres or more, but I'm not sure that even with that, that you're allowed actually to build a subdivision with a gravel road, or whether that just means if you have a gravel road, I can, with a 10-acre parcel, I can divide it into 3+ acre lots along that gravel road. I'm not sure if the gravel road has to exist now, or it's something that could be added with the subdivision, and I think that's the sort of thing. I guess basically what I'm saying is with all of these, and I'd like to echo what Ms. Bailey said about the infrastructure. I mean, the other problem I think we have with the way that landowners are essentially forced into putting as much as they can onto their property. 1 acre lots, as many as they can, build as big a house as they can, is because the infrastructure costs are just outrageous. 29-foot wide streets and 55-foot diameter cul-de-sacs and sidewalks and curbs and gutters and all these things, they really add up to a lot of money that has to be recouped somehow. And if we could lessen those requirements, I think we'd be more likely to get the landowners and developers to build the kinds of things we're looking to see. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, that is all for the public comment.
All right. So I'll go and close public comment. Do y'all have any? Y'all don't have really a presentation per se or anything?
No, we
right?
don't.
Okay.
No, we haven't planned out.
Because I kind of, I guess I spoke because there's really no direction per se from council. So this is kind of us to develop ideas and give to y'all, and we'll have like a working discussion. So it was just my thought as far as a procedural thing. Tonight we're going to have like a little roundtable discussion on what you think AG1 should be, what I think it should be, and then give that kind of to y'all. We'll have a work session in December. Of course, it depends on the outcome of council, but we'll have a work session in December, which is public involvement, work session in January, and then voting in February, like I said before. So I kind of just open it up for discussion. I know Noel looks like he has a presentation.
I got a lot.
You got a lot? Well,
I mean,
then,
I've got a lot on this, so
I'm going to let Noel have the floor.
I could start now, or I could just touch on just a little bit of what I've got here.
Give us the general, and then is that like a presentation?
Okay, I
you
could
have?
put this on the screens and show it to you, what
How
I've
much
been
is
working
it?
on.
What?
I could get, it's 30 minutes easy, okay, on this. But here, the big picture stuff, we've talked about it a lot, but for me, it's most important that we go back to what is our mission? What is it we're trying to accomplish in the first place by doing this? And by what are the standards? For instance, what do we think looks good? Fred and I may disagree on what looks good. And one of us may want a nice manicured frontage on this thing, and somebody else doesn't. So if we don't establish I can help you do anything. But you got to tell me where I'm going. I can make this place look like downtown Atlanta, or we can make it look like a farm in Iowa. But somewhere in the middle, we got to agree to what we're trying to accomplish, or else we're wasting our time. And I'm not willing to waste my time. I mean, I'm just not willing. So we're going to have to work with some parameters. There's some really good stuff out there online. There's some stormwater management manuals that are already making good suggestions. Georgia, making good suggestions on how we should do some of this stuff. But it's really, before we get too far.
I guess that's my question is, what is that?
What is this?
Get us.
All right. What is what I have here?
Yeah.
Okay. What I did was I started for me, I went back to, okay, what's the mission? And it starts talking about the rural view shed. And we start talking about, the rural this, rural this. Well, the first thing I did was looked up in the dictionary, what is rural? All right. I mean, what is rural? And really, what does it say here? In two dictionaries, almost identical, dictionary.com and Merriam-Webster's, it says, relating to or characteristic of the country life or country people. Rustic. Okay? Well, by definition, if we're going for rural, we're not going for almost all the stuff we see out there in front of our developments. Almost all of it.
Right.
So, am I going for rustic and rural, or am I not going for rural? I'm okay either way. For me, I mean, I've lived in a lot of different cities, and I love a lot of different stuff. But I just need some direction, not necessarily from staff, but from you guys, and we're getting lots of it from the people. I've been hearing it for 2
Well,
years.
yeah, I'm trying to.
So,
I'm going to say what we heard from the people over the last 18 to 24 months is kind of where I think we're kind of going at is how do we make or how do we allow what North Valleys and Tullamore's, how do we allow to have more of those compared to what's in our ordinance now? Is there something we can do? And how can we, and instead of, and one of my biggest things is instead of figuring out what are we going to take? What are we going to take from the landowners? What are we going to give them to develop it properly is what I'm kind of getting at. I mean, there has to be incentives somehow.
okay, well, I think right now you're talking about the setbacks and the setback areas and the buffers. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's part of everything as
I-
far as that's part of it. Yes.
Yeah, because that's just part of it.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
I mean,
part.
and it's a big part, and it's a struggle. It's just a stickler. But like, there's lots of other stuff that we have available to us that we just it's some of it's just common sense, and we just need to go. You know, why are we already doing that?
Well,
Or
go
why
ahead.
are we doing this?
Will you say some of that stuff? I mean, we got some time. Let's-
Okay, I mean, I can show it to you. Can I show it
Yeah,
to you?
yeah. Let's do it.
That would be better.
Plug it in. It's it's for the record, and then we'll have have staff have it available for anyone that.
All right, give me a second, and I'll put it on
Okay.
a jump driver. It'll probably be the easiest way.
I think, to Noel's point, the mayor said, for him,
Yeah.
rural is barbed wire fence, gravel roads, barns on the side, not necessarily hid. So I've been saying all along, we have to define what is rural.
And
And then let the public say, okay, and get a consensus of which way we want to go, because every one of us,
you're going to get a subdivision no matter what. So we're
Right.
pretty much what's a rural subdivision? It's
There
kind
is
of
no
what-
such animal.
That's kind of
And
what
there
we're
isn't
doing here.
one. Right.
What's a rural
so we have to set the
subdivision?
standards for that.
All right.
But are we working on setting the standards for the interior of this subdivision? Or are we going to talk about the outside? Because for me, there again, are we talking about the rural view shed and the entrance area, or we're going to get in somebody's business and tell them how to do everything else in there?
Well,
It's just
Yeah.
two different. What are we supposed to be doing? That's my point. That's the whole issue.
well, I think it's all open for discussion. That's kind of what I want
I'm
tonight
just trying to say that.
to be. It's
And
all
that-
open. It's all open for discussion, but there is going to be a point to where it shouldn't financially impact the landowner on a negative basis.
Agree.
I'm just trying to save my file here, and it's just
Yeah,
it's slow right
and I'm not opposed to, the lighting issues.
Gravel roads. And,
I don't think, and, you have to be careful because, again, as a city, we have to,
the gravel.
public safety, fire trucks have to be able to maneuver, and you gotta be careful of that. That we can't control, and no one control that other than public safety. The no gutters, sidewalks in subdivisions, if that's what people want, then have at it. I mean, I think that's an option. It should be an option. We shouldn't be forcing people to put sidewalks in subdivisions. If they can find people to buy the houses in the subdivisions without them, good for them.
Yeah, I mean, everything Jack and Julie said were part of what I've heard from the last
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
18 months.
we've heard all of this. It's not anything different, but I think what Noel is saying, we have to decide what we want to call rural view. And, I mean, rural view, I'm with the mayor. Rural view to me was that, but
That's,
that horse left the barn.
Right.
Okay, it's a city now, and we have to understand it's a city with requirements, and we can't get away from that. There's no way.
Because I can look at it on the screen.
Actually, Kathy has we have a.
Okay, you did. If I could do it here, that would be great. Is that going to show in here?
Let me make sure it's up. I'm sorry.
all right, Noel. Did you bill us on an hourly basis on this?
No, I couldn't understand it until I started writing it down. It was just getting too big, and there were just too many little things. Okay, so I just started putting this together. It's some of it's rough, but some of it's what I've been working on. Okay, so starting, and is that you? Can I click it there? Okay, so really all I did was, this is how we did everything when we started looking at the CSO. We started looking at what are the foundational issues here. What does it say in the vision? What does it say in our strategic plan? And what's the definition of this rural thing? All right, so for me then, we've got to get to some kind of standards. And I'll give you guys copies of all this so you can look at it a lot. But what is it? Are we trying to establish some type of uniformity? Because if you drive up and down all these rural roads, everything's different. There's no uniformity. It's like this guy built his barn like that, and that guy built his house like this. So it's eclectic mix of stuff that people just generally liked. Are we trying to maintain existing? All these kind of questions started popping up, and I'll let you guys go through them on your own at your own time. But the last item there, the last couple of items, what I found was in the stormwater management manual was they started suggesting some smart ideas, some good practices that we should use for our stormwater management. Instead of collecting all our stuff in stormwater areas and curb and gutter, you know, it's been running out on the ground and it's been running down into the soil and getting away on its own. So by confining it, we're our own worst enemy sometimes. Mm-hmm. And then my last note there was, shouldn't we require that all properties on these roads, not just one that's 10 acres or 5 acres or 3 acres, if we're trying to enhance our rural viewshed, shouldn't we protect it in all respects? And some of these, we're just going to have to decide on our own what's best.
Hey, we go back to that last slide?
Yes, sir?
So what was that last one? Should we require all properties that front our rural roads to conform to? Okay.
For instance, if we're talking about not mowing down these trees on this 10 acres, well, why should you do it on the very next 10 acres? Or vice versa. If you're going to say we can mow them down here, why is it fair to not mow them down over there? You got to have some uniformity, whether it's an AG1 with a 10 acre or whether it's a 50 acre or a 5. You shouldn't let this guy put up a 10-foot tall red fence when you're requiring these people to put up a 4-board horse fence. I don't know where the rules are or where they're going to be written down, but we all got to play by the same ones if we're all going to live in the town. This is, I know,
okay, cool.
y'all don't have to adopt what I'm saying.
Right,
This is
yeah.
just where my mind
No,
is.
I think these are great questions.
Okay, some of this is common sense, some of it's we need to think about. These are the categories that I've just generally come up with for improvement, and we can have others. But we've talked about the setbacks and buffers, the streets, curbs and gutters, sidewalks, fences, landscaping, signage, lighting. They're all tied together. And if you start messing with one part of it, you got to address it all. This is bigger than it's not a 3-page doc to me.
Yeah.
So these are, I'll go through these relatively quickly because I know you've all seen these pictures, all these places. But we start talking about, well, you got to be set back 100 feet or 20 feet or 50 feet. Well, you know what? All these old places were built up by the road.
Right.
Okay? There is no 100-foot setback. Now, I'm not saying 100 feet wouldn't be good so we never see a new development. I'm not saying that's not good. I'm just saying that's a myth that these things are that far away from the street because we've got them all over the place where these structures would not pass the ordinances we're trying to write now. And they were built 100 years ago. So let's use some common sense with what we're doing. And I think what we're trying to say is we want to develop in a good way, But maybe the way we're going to go about that we might not get what we intended. Okay, so maybe this is what we're trying to keep from happening to us. We've seen where these houses are built right up on the street, and I'm going to go on record here. I don't mean to offend anybody, but if these are your houses I'm showing here, but this is what
Yeah, that was my
this is
house.
what we're talking about. And I don't mean you here, but I'm talking about you there. Okay, so these are some of the things that I think we're looking at.
Correct.
Okay, what are these problem issues and how are we going to fix them? We've got to come to some agreement to where, is this good? If this is good, then what do we want to start wasting our time on? Because I don't want to, if we love this look, I'm not going to spend a lot of time fixing it. It's
I
stupid.
understand. Yeah.
Okay, here's another one. This is a house under construction right now. And it's almost on the road. Now, there's a tennis court 20 feet off the road. Another house on the road under construction.
That's not Milton,
These are everything you see here is
is it?
in
Okay,
Milton.
I thought that was
Okay,
Alfreda.
I've driven around and seen this stuff. All right?
Is that the one that,
Okay, I'm not
Mountain-
picking on anybody,
Mountain, no.
but right now, what I'm seeing here at White Columns won't pass muster with where we're going. Not going to happen.
Right.
Okay? Some people love it. I'm okay with it. But is it what we want or is it not? We just got to decide. All right. One of the things I'm saying is, and what I found was, there's not much we can do to keep that look right there from looking like that.
Correct.
Okay? There's just not much you can do with this look because it's so
There's no
already
buffer.
stripped
Yeah.
that by the time you get through moving houses in there, just general question, how far are those houses from the setback? Anybody? They're 200 feet. These are already 200 feet away from the road. So 100 is not going to cut it. And I'm not trying to say
It's all
where
about the topography.
I'm
yeah,
just saying
I agree. Yeah.
they're all different. They're all going to vary based on the land, there's not some rule that's going to make this right. Now on the very opposite side of this same neighborhood, that's the left side of their driveway. And it's all rustic and wooded. It's just the way that it is. So right there, a 50-foot setback might work, or 20. Here's a new house going up on Birmingham Highway. And this one right here, the construction, is 80 feet, the footing is 80 feet from the paved road. Now, again, you could move this 200 feet away, all the way out to the cul-de-sac, on the other side of the cul-de-sac, and you're still going to see it when you drive by Birmingham Road. There's houses that are already constructed there, you can see them. We're not going to be able to screen them. This is rural. This is how it was out there before we start messing with it. And so somewhere between that and that, we're going to have to decide what the heck is it we're trying to get to.
And how do you in my opinion, you can't make that a 100-foot buffer and make that a 20-foot buffer. I mean, I just don't think you can do that.
I just don't.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know
Right.
what we're going
Right.
to come up with. I'm just. Well, it's what's our intention and what are we dealing with and how, is it possible? We may just throw up our hands and say, you know what, we did the best we could. We're done. But this is rural, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but be careful because there's a tree house in there, and our new rules would say that guy can't even have that tree house in there because he's disturbing the buffer. Okay, I'm just saying you better write that in there because somebody's going to mandate against it. And can I have electricity in my tree house? Can I have a light? Can we spend the night in there? And how many residents?
Do you have any employees?
Okay, you see what I'm saying?
it's a tiny house.
Okay, all right, just saying. Now, again, this is rural. This is how it is and was. This is there right now, okay? If you look at the right side of this picture, we've developed this, so to speak, and we've cut back the trees a little bit, and we've put a fence up there, and now there's a neighborhood in there. But you've got no curb and gutter and no sidewalk out there. Is that where we're going?
I'm cool with that.
Or are we maintaining it like it is on the left? You could have houses in there on the left without this manicured look. This is semi-manicured because somebody mowed it down and planted grass there. But yesterday it was like it is on the left.
You bring up that last picture, because, I mean, that's kind of,
This one?
no, the other one.
This
I mean,
one?
That you kind of, that's a good example of, I mean, I think that's a,
Perfect.
yeah, it's a perfect example.
Okay, so beauty in the eye of the beholder. I'm
Right.
not trying to
That's
sway
a
you, I'm
perfect
just trying to
example.
say, what is it we're trying to get to?
It's a perfect example.
Here's the next one. That on the left is just like it was on the right, except now the one on the right has a curb and a sidewalk. Well, am I going for this look, and why am I going for that look?
I agree. That's another great example.
Why do I have to have that? If it's working on the left, why isn't it working on the right? Okay, by the way, these things all cost money. All right, you want to put them in there? You're throwing the cost on the consumer and the developer, and everybody down the line is going to pay for these things
And
every time you touch
subsequently
them.
the city, because then you gotta maintain them.
That's right. And you
And
can't
that's not
conserve
cheap.
as much because now I've got too much invested in this, so I can't afford to conserve it. I got to have maximum density. So we're forcing the hand of some of the players who are involved. Here's one where we widen these deceleration lanes on the right. You know, there's no deceleration lane when you want to turn right on Phillips Circle. How many houses are down in there? There's no deceleration lane when you come to these four-way stops we have. I mean, why do we have to have that? I don't know the answer. Maybe the transportation people are going to tell me that Georgia mandated it, but I don't know the answer. I'm just saying we have them now. And there used to be green grass or trees right there, and now, to the audience's point, are we trying to conserve things, or are we trying to pay things and make them good? If we're trying to conserve it, why are we paving it?
I think we almost have to take a step backwards and say, what are our legal obligations? Like, you know, like if you go back to the one where you have like that, where you have the sidewalk on the one side, no sidewalk on the other side. Is that some type of requirement where if we had no sidewalk,
is that-
somebody's walking in the road, they get killed, they sue Milton because we didn't have a sidewalk for them to walk on. So, I mean, I think we have to find out
You're right.
what is legally required
Kathy, do you know
before
that?
we do things.
Well, I think it's on one side, because that's the trails plan, and it usually.
Which one's a trail plan? The one on
Isn't
the
that a
right?
trail on the right side?
That looks like a sidewalk
It's a sidewalk.
nowhere.
And there's certain things that just legally required that we
Yeah.
can't touch. I mean, I guess that's what I would like to know.
And we don't know what those
You know,
are.
well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Can we find certain requirements out?
Like on the streets, you know, what's the size of the street have to be and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That would
They're
help.
all,
To work around those things.
yeah, we do have requirements for all that.
But as those, I know that we have requirements. I guess my question is, can those requirements be changed?
Well, if it's a
I think it
state
just
highway,
depends what it
obviously.
is.
But you, I mean, I
It's a
understand the city has
local road.
requirements, but
Yeah, you know, and
city,
and
the
I
state.
think that's a question for
that's
Colonel Lucas.
that's exactly, yeah.
And, yeah, the transportation. And,
So I would like his opinion on curb and gutter, sidewalks, and street widths. I mean, just off
yeah,
the
and
top
I
of my
think it's a
head.
question on external streets as well as
Right.
internal subdivisions.
So if I could get, yeah, I think that would help.
We have to start
Just
there.
just going down the,
We got to know the rules.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Same type of thing here.
You can't break the rules if you don't know.
That's right. In some places also, we can't modify them to be good
Yeah.
if we don't know how far we can go or what's required. And some things are required. We're self-imposing penalties. For what reason, I'm not sure. But in some cases, we're doing more than we're required to do, and sometimes less.
Well, I
So-
know in some cases it's for safety purposes. When we talk about turn lanes and deceleration lanes and things like that, that's primarily being done for safety purposes. But I don't think we have to do them. I don't think they're required to be done, but we are requiring them as part of the approval for the development. Am I correct when I say that?
Yes, that's right. It's in our subdivision regs.
Right.
So maybe we need to start thinking a little kind
It
of
just-
differently.
It-
Yeah, I
just
understand.
what's needed. That's
I got
we
you.
should
Exactly
examine
right.
each issue. Just
Yep.
examine each one and say, we still for this,
I
we
like
still
it.
for that.
I like it.
Okay. Here's the new development that went in right up there at Birmingham Road. All right. That's how it ended up. We mowed stuff down to put stuff in. Now, the development really starts way back over here, but we started out here as we were mowing back to develop this.
Right?
I'm not saying any of these are right or wrong. I'm just saying this is what we're doing now.
This is
Okay,
rural.
this is rural. Okay, and so we took that and we did this.
For what? What do they put
Okay?
in there? Turn
Well,
lane or something?
we have to mow this back so we can have this grassed area before we put our fence in
Yeah,
there
see, that's
and our turn lane. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I
see,
agree.
we took this and we made this, and we're conserving. You see, we're conserving. I don't see we're conserving, but that's what we're saying we're doing. That's why our ordinances and our ideas are in conflict with what we're saying in our mission and our vision.
Yep.
And so we got to properly align these things. This is more of the same area.
I never had it.
Okay, this is more of the same area. Okay, there's ample evidence of everything that's in here. This is in your town. Okay, is this rural? I'm going to move past this because it cannot be explained, and we're just going to move on. Are you guys good with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Here's a typical street in one of our neighborhoods, curb and gutter and sidewalk in a 20-foot wide street. I would like to know, while we're finding out about these roads, what is the required width of a road in our town? Okay, there's 25, there's 26, there's 28, there's 21, there's 20, 19s. There is every measure. I've been out there with a measure, and I have measured them. And so there is no uniformity. If I was a developer, I would know that number, and I would not pave 1 inch more. But some people are paving more, and I don't know why it is. I don't know the answer, but we should know the answer at some point. I'm not putting anything on you right now. I'm just saying these are the things that popped up as I'm examining.
You're right.
Here's one with 2 sidewalks. Maybe as conservationists, we should prohibit 2 sidewalks. Maybe. I don't know if that's my business to prohibit that or not, but are we conservation people or not? It's an idea.
Is it rural?
If we're not
Is it
requiring it, why is it being put in?
Because
Because it costs money. I would think that they would do less.
maybe
right?
he felt it was a thing that would draw more
It's a
people in and he would
selling
sell more
It's a
houses.
selling point.
I don't.
You think? I mean, you think?
I was-
It
no,
was
it may
for
not
me.
be. Huh?
It's a beauty in the eye of the beholder.
I
Is
mean-
all I'm trying to say.
But sometimes,
That's my-
but I will say,
that's
when
my
when we
neighborhood.
had the CUP rezonings, it was a required recommendation from the city on most of the time it is, correct?
I
Kathy?
think it
To pay
depends on the
both sides?
size, it depends on the size, the way the subdivision regs work. It
Yeah.
depends on the size, the lot size, number of lots in a subdivision, whether you need it on both sides or
Right.
one side. So it's all driven by, I mean, typically, we do want sidewalks on the interior of a subdivision so that the people can walk
But
safely.
I guess my
I mean,
question is, we're requiring it. And so I'm just trying to think on that other spectrum, that a developer, if we give him the option, if he wants to develop a neighborhood, I mean, he'll develop it if it's going to sell. I mean, he thinks it's going to sell or not sell, let him decide whether or not to not do the sidewalk. Why are we requiring it, I guess, is, let that be the developer's option, I guess. It's just a,
Yeah,
I'm just throwing stuff
I
out
think you're really
there.
speaking to the subdivision regs, and maybe
Right.
what we need to do is send out to all of you what our subdivision regulations are, because those are what we use. As we, again, we're talking about internal subdivision streets. But I think maybe that's a good place
I
to
could
start.
assure
to
you
find
from
out.
my years sitting here that it says 2 sidewalks on 2 sides.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, it depends,
And we've sat and argued and tried to get the developer who's only asking for 1 to put in 2.
I remember.
So,
I'm not saying it's right or it's
Right.
wrong.
no, I'm just saying now.
And tonight's
how
not
it's
the night to
been.
resolve
No.
it, but
Right.
just,
No, we're just
I'm going to give these, and we need to think
brainstorming.
about it before, as we
Yep.
move forward, to know what we're talking about. Okay?
Well, and I think this is a good starting point to get input from the community. I mean, these are good questions. I think they're great questions, actually. And I'm not sure we've ever thought about it from this perspective.
Well, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't answer the questions
That's
myself,
good.
and I
Well,
had to write it down.
and if you can't answer, I'm sure I can't.
Well,
It starts at what's required, and then we build from there.
Yeah.
So,
all right, I'm gonna move
Yeah.
forward a couple. All right, this is a 21 footer. This is at the park. Okay, I don't know what's required right there, but that's got to be.
Oh, boy.
That's tight. Here's one with reduced curb and gutter. You're starting to see some of these turn down gutters. I don't know if this is still approved because I wasn't seeing it in the newest neighborhoods, but I was seeing it in some kind of middle-aged
Yeah.
neighborhoods. I kind of liked it when I saw it. it does the right thing, and it allows cars to move farther to the right and left, to get out of the road. But I don't know what the requirements are. Here's no curb and gutter, 25-foot wide street. I don't know why it's 25, but it is 25. One of the things we heard is, well, now you've got to have these big swales. Well,
See, I prefer the no curb and gutter.
that's a swale, but the swales are so wide that it's not a pronounced. It's not a ditch.
No.
It's a swale. Okay, and it's collecting all the rain we've had. There's no flooding going on over there. I checked it out. Here's a landscaped entrance. Now I know this is not a neighborhood, but this is a rural entrance to an estate.
No, that's my
Okay,
home.
that's what we're going for. I thought.
That one's
But this is still, even though it's
exactly.
even
Got
though
it.
it's not very pronounced, it's still a manicured entrance with some manicured landscaping there. Are we going rustic? Is this still there?
Now you bring up a good point. I don't think we should tell an individual landowner what they should. That's
You mean me, the individual landowner
Yeah.
of this 50 acres that I'm going to develop the way I
Now,
want to,
that-
or you
but
mean this individual
that
1 acre,
individual-
one person?
That individual owner, I don't think we should tell them the way their interests that are. I mean, I think we're going a little too far on that.
It's
But that's
That's what we're going to talk about.
Okay,
Is
yeah.
it okay to tell this one guy, because he's only a one user, when what if tomorrow he turns into a developer and wants to put 50 houses on
then,
it?
then I
Then
think
you
that's
can
different.
mandate to this same guy.
Could he put a water feature on?
But
I don't know. He can now
I know.
because it's his own land.
Do you want a water? Do
Do we
want a
want to
water
have
feature?
water features?
Do you want dancing waters? I don't know.
Put it this way. Let's just say that we were just talking about a new fence ordinance in our town. And we were going to have a new fence ordinance for everybody in the town. Now, it would go for developers or it would go for single-family homeowners. It would cross all sections. Just consider it. That's all I'm saying. What's fair for one should be fair for all, or we shouldn't do it, to me. Okay. This is manicured landscaping, but it's got a very natural look. This is the one on Birmingham Highway. Really beautiful place. I'm not saying this is right, but it's beautiful to me. Okay? This is screening plants. All right? We put up these cedars everywhere to screen stuff in, screen stuff out. If we're trying to enhance our rural viewshed, this person wants to keep the road out and his viewshed in.
So now we're saying, but this is another topic. We're telling the landowner.
Can you do it, or should you do it, or do you have to do it? I don't know the answer,
Gotcha.
but should it be prohibited, or should it be enticed? Here's a bunch of houses we don't want to see. There it is. But here's some woods and some natural look that I do want to see. So I'm just saying, which side of that coin am I on?
Right.
Am I going to prohibit it, or am I going to require it? Okay. We talked a little bit about having street trees. They're hard to see because it's wintertime. There's no leaves on them, but there's street trees in this particular development. But you can see they're planted under the power lines. And we got to do something. We got to coordinate in some level to not do something dumb to where the guy's just going to get the tops of them all cut off the first time the power company comes by. Here's a good use of some street trees. They look kind of good. I don't know if that's an answer. Maybe we don't want them that close to a street. Maybe they're dangerous to cars wrecking into. I don't know the answer. Here's some street trees without curb and gutter. Signage. Should we require that we have some type of uniformity, i.e. just like black wrought iron type posts, or did you guys want to stay with galvanized posts, or do we care? Is that in our business? Should we start being more rural looking, or is it just none of our business? I don't know the answer.
Well, I think that is our. I mean, I think that, from my opinion,
Well,
is
that one's a subdivision. The city wouldn't put up a sign. I mean, we're not.
So
gonna
should
put
we
up-
require it since we're allowing these subdivisions? These are both in a subdivision.
But I mean, if the city puts up any signs or replaces signs, it's not going to be with a black.
Okay.
like
Well,
the-
my general question is, since we're
Why?
talking about all of it, why not?
Why not?
It's expense.
Okay.
and
Maybe the
maintenance.
town wants it to look good.
I mean, that's. I
And
mean,
what is good? We're talking about all of it at this point. So I'm just let's talk about all of it and figure out what the town
Yeah.
wants to do.
I agree.
Okay, so here's just the same old thing. Here's some signage. It's not this. This is more enhanced. Maybe we want to do it, maybe we don't. Maybe we want to require it on new developments. Don't know the answer. Lighting. Are we requiring these lamps? Because I sure do see them out there a lot on these new developments. Is this required, Robin, Kathy?
We do have, that's a little bit older version, but we do have certain lighting standards.
Okay,
yes.
so something's required at these entrances, so that's happening out there. If you look at this particular street sign, by the way, it's got a green sign and a blue sign for different street signs. I guess I don't
That's,
know why.
let me tell you, I'll tell you why.
I don't know
Okay.
why. I'm just saying.
I'll let you
that-
know. You want to know?
Yeah, no, I'm-
Green signs mean they're public right-of-ways. Blue signs mean they're private. So if you think about where you see the blue ones,
I almost saw no blue.
well, but there are some, they're not always accurate, but if they're a blue, then they are privately held streets. They're not public streets.
So it hadn't been turned over to the city yet, or how?
No, it's always been
So
intended.
Crooked Creek
So
would
if you
now
look
be
at,
blue.
yeah, it would be, no, it's not about transitioning. It has to be,
Is
that
it mandatory?
subdivision has chosen that the HOA controls the streets.
So the HOA would prefer to have a blue on top of a
No,
green?
it's just
No.
our ordinance. We require, the ordinances that public streets would have green and
I'm sure
private
nobody
would have
noticed it but
blue.
me. I
No.
was examining it. It's the only reason I noticed
Okay,
it. I'm not,
well.
not
There's a
trying to start a
purpose
real
behind
bar.
There is? Okay.
I'm just saying that not, it doesn't mean that every single street is
Just curious.
appropriately assigned,
Right.
but when you see blue ones, they're gonna be
Okay.
private streets.
Got it.
And some of this is education, because I don't know.
I'm learning a lot.
Here's a new development going in up there. Looks nice. But I started looking at these utilities. You know, do we want to have these transformers and other electric and other utilities kind of out in the middle of the main entrance of these places, or do we not? It doesn't look kind of rural to me. So maybe they should be screened or behind a rock or whatever we pick. Here's a detention pond right in the front of this neighborhood, 200, probably 100 feet from the entrance. So I know that's, to me, it's not a good idea. Here's a new place going in. This guardhouse is 67 feet off the existing pavement. I know that wouldn't pass with where we're headed now, but that's what's going in out there right now. Generally manicured look, but natural kind of looking. Here's a fence gate, brand new, going in 117 feet back from the edge of the pavement. I don't know if that's the right number. Here's on 200 feet at the new development right across from Summit Hill. And he's got the more rustic kind of signage and the more rustic kind of light pole, things like that. Sidewalks to nowhere,
I love those.
you know.
Love it.
I've been on a lot of journeys on them, but I get to 50 feet and I got to turn around and go the other way. You just walk back and forth. So these are some general questions at the end. That's it for me, and I appreciate you guys indulging
That was
me.
awesome. Because I know what I'm going to do.
Great job, buddy.
It's just, I gotta have some definition, and I don't really care as much about where we go, is that we just all get there and we can support it with some uniformity and some good strategy on why we're doing it. That's all I'm saying. These were just general questions that I started putting down there, and we'll have to go through all of them, and you guys all have copies of this and think about it and take more pictures, take more.
Well,
Do
I mean,
more.
kind of to start answering some of these questions as a starting point, get some homework. I'm going to get some homework from the Planning Commission. So, Noel, if you'll email this all out, I would like for each individual to print it out or make notes per slide. Email me your notes that you have on each slide on what you think and what you like about each thing. And I'm going to create a master spreadsheet I'll work with Noel on. And I'll have a summary, and I can kind of have a working spreadsheet on what this is a good starting point of what we like and what we think the community might like. Get pros and cons on there and everything, and then I will give that to y'all. And then that will give y'all some direction on where we're going with this. Then maybe y'all could start working into the drafts and regs and stuff that we could look at. Does that make sense?
I guess I want to, before we get too far, I want to make sure we set our dates.
That was going to be my next thing. So, go ahead.
And I would like for these to get comments from the community. Using this as a guideline, what do you think? And we can incorporate
what they think and
Yeah.
what we think and try to come up with a
I think
a
we'll
solution.
get-
And nobody's gonna be 100% happy. There's no way to get there.
But it'll be
So-
better than where we are today.
Yes,
You know,
exactly. And so if anybody thinks that they're gonna be 100% happy,
Not gonna happen.
go home.
So I would say the work session we're going to have in December, we'll talk about the date.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely going to be more, we're not going to be hammering out anything. It's going to be more of this, and hopefully we're going to give a little more direction, we're going to be a flowing process. And that's awesome, Noel. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think you nailed it.
Could we take some of what Noel's done and maybe take 20 slides like we may look at and maybe put a package on the city website and just have people go and pick?
Yeah, I mean, we call
something
that a
like that.
visual survey, so.
Yeah.
Like a visual survey and just get people, traffic there, but, and then we
So
have
we can
some
start
idea.
having a guide of
Yeah.
kind of where are we going
Yeah.
with this. I think I know where we're going, but I would like to get the communities
Get
kind
the-
of
get the
backing.
input. Get
Yeah.
the input.
Yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, someone in the community did ask me this first one, and they really wanted to confirm that by making these changes, by making these enhancements, by what we're doing with making things more zoning and slash subdivisional issues, are we doing anything that's going to affect the way that the taxes are like is what they were worried about? And I don't think this is going to be an issue, but a guy who's got 20 or 200 agricultural acres doesn't want to all of a sudden find that now he's a R1 and I don't mean just not even by definition R1, but hey, since you've got these three things, now you're going to be taxed this way instead of that way. I didn't want to even answer the question because I just said, it's a good question and we should get it answered, but it wasn't in my.
No,
What
that's
two
not the
or three
direction
things? I don't
that is not the
understand.
direction
They
we're
were
going
just
down.
afraid that by making
No.
these modifications to
No.
the area at
No.
large, I didn't think
We
it was
are-
an issue, but
No.
Yeah.
I wanted to record it so that it got word.
We're making more cosmetic
I-
changes than that type of stuff. But yeah.
People it's concerned.
And the taking issue has come up several times, too.
Yeah, and I don't want to. I know.
And
He
that was
he has
what-
addressed it, but
That wasn't.
he tried to compare a riparian buffer to a rural view shed, and I just think that was. I just don't agree with that. But
I don't know. Thanks to
I just remember him saying that, and I was like, that's not part of it.
Well, I think that the city council, they went a long way to confirming, they went a long way toward confirming that the city did have, that they were operating within, say, the general statutes and doing what they were trying to do, and also, as far as the size of these buffers, that was one thing that I did hear at city council. And then also, it went a long way in discussing and correct me if I'm wrong, but discussing and establishing that the town could establish new rules even though someone had even 100 years. Your idea was to one day develop this into something else, but even though you've had those ideas for 100 years, the city could still make rule changes on these type of issues that is within the purview of the city to do those kind of things. My only comment to that was just because we do have that authority doesn't mean we need to exercise it, and we should probably err more in restraint than exercising that power over developers or landowners of any kind. To me, it's just
Absolutely.
Amen,
that's
brother.
just my position. That's all.
Sounds good to me. All right, talk about date for December. So I guess council's voting December 7th. So we can either meet, what are you thinking, Robin?
Well,
either
it really
9th,
does- to be-
16th, or 30th.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what they do with the conservation
Yeah.
subdivision. We're continuing on with the discussion of the.
I guess just to give us and y'all a little more time, I guess the 16th or the 30th.
Well, 30th in the middle.
We have a CPAC meeting on the 16th, of which you are all members of.
The 30th, I won't be
Is
here.
that an inhaler, CPAP? What is it?
I know, it's just it's gonna be more, it just gives us more time. We won't be making any, it's just more time for us to do this, really.
What about the 9th? I mean,
I don't mind doing it.
Is that enough time?
I don't mind doing the 9th, but are y'all gonna be able to have, we got next week's Thanksgiving,
yeah, well.
and then,
Or what about Thursday, the 7th?
It's not the 9th because you're all supposed to have your dinner that night.
No, on the first.
I thought that's the first.
Oh,
the first.
what do I got the 9th for? Okay.
Why are you talking about my wife? I thought planning commission's only once a month.
Oh, I know, it's.
But this is something different.
This is what they told me.
Too many
I think I'm
dinners.
confused. Is
What
it-
is it? Oh, it's a.
That's that comprehensive plan advisory committee that we're all part of.
Oh, yeah.
That's just, we signed up for, man.
I'm picking my battles.
I know. Let's just go ahead and,
How about the 10th?
I'm trying to think, when's our meeting in January?
There is none.
There's no meeting in January?
No, there is one in January.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't see
It's
it.
not on here.
It's not on here.
on which one?
It's not on the
Schedule.
schedule you gave us.
Oh, because it would have been from the last,
No?
so,
So it'd be the, is
let's
it the,
see, 10, yeah, I don't think we do have anything in January right now.
okay, interesting. Okay. I still would like to meet in order
Still
to,
trying to deal with December though, right?
yeah. I was just curious. 16th, I was going to say the 16th, but that,
Can't.
won't be here on the 30th, Garo?
No.
Or anyone else?
Yeah, I mean,
What? What, Robin?
Laying on
well,
the beach.
I usually have family come.
So it's
in
9th.
for New
So
Year's.
would 9th work?
Sipping on a cocktail.
So now you're just talking about a Saturday though, right?
No.
No.
I'm sorry, I slipped my calendar to January, I'm sorry.
I mean,
Wednesday.
9th's a Wednesday.
16th's a Wednesday.
But there's a
We had the
CPAC.
CPAC meeting on.
Do you want to do it like the 17th, or is it getting too close to?
I'd rather it
I got something.
back to back.
It isn't
How
always
about the
good.
10th?
How about the 10th?
Let's, hold on. There's Thursday
Thursday the 10th.
I got my CCA Christmas party, but I'll have to bail. No, it's fine. Yeah, let's just do it on 10th. Does that work
Well,
for
is there
everybody?
something wrong with the 9th?
It was just, y'all have, you have
Oh,
count.
okay.
Oh, you do have something?
Yeah, on the 9th.
Okay. Then let's just do the 10th. Does that work for you, Noel?
Oh, yeah.
You good?
If we
Y'all-
did it at 7 o'clock, you'd have a chance to
Yeah.
go to your.
It starts at 6. I can go for an hour. So that works fine. All right. The 10th it is,
At 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Okay.
And it's just going to be a work session, kind of like what we're doing now, but hopefully we're going to get some input between now and then from the community on Noel stuff, and then I want y'all to give me input so I can make a master sheet to give the staff.
Would it be helpful if I sent the subdivision regs to you all?
That'd be great.
All right, we'll do that, so you can see what our basis is.
Right.
Yeah.
That'd be good. All right. So I guess we need to go ahead and approve the schedule. Right, Robin?
Well, I'm going to do the January work session.
Oh, so yeah, we need to go ahead and do that too. When do we usually? I figure we do it when we usually meet.
So usually the 4th,
20s.
Yeah.
it would
I
be the
just had it.
4th Wednesday, the 27th.
27.
And then we'd vote on it in February.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's just do the January 27th. And if something crazy comes up before then, we can schedule something. So yeah, January 27th works.
I am actually going to start a text amendment. There may be, it's kind of an emergency text amendment. Not
It's like
emergency,
a
but something that's
big
come up.
deal, like a big text amendment.
No, it's something in the form-based code with
Okay.
TDRs.
Okay.
so
Okay.
that
Based on
would
what
be-
council did Monday.
No, it's
Okay.
totally unrelated.
Okay.
It's-
Okay.
Unrelated.
That's fine. All right.
So we could have that quick item and then
Okay.
the work session. So.
What, in December or January?
January.
Okay, cool. All right. have, can I get a motion to approve the planning commission meeting schedule?
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, anything before we adjourn, y'all?
So are we confirming the dinner is the first? That's what I've heard rumor of, right?
Yeah, dinner's the first.
So we got the 1st, 9th, 16th.
No, first,
The 9th.
that's the
And then the
10th.
16th.
The 10th.
Oh,
10th.
10th.
Oh,
And the 16th.
Get your
So
Christmas
it's
shopping
good,
done
so
this
it's gonna be
weekend.
what, 7 o'clock at Milton's, because we have to
I
advertise.
thought it was 6.
6? I don't know, I have.
Did that say 6? I usually say earlier the better.
Yeah, people can come after
6, yeah. 6.
Yes.
6, okay, I just have to have it published. Milton's.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Did everyone approve the schedule? Did you want?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
We did.
Did you do, okay, sorry.
You were on your phone.
I was looking at.
There's busy holiday scheduling.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Done, Noel.
Sure, buddy.
Hey, so let's get together in a couple weeks, okay?
4.
Oh, you got it.
What?
What?
Sending
We don't want to go over.
I don't know.
Hey, guys,
You heard me say thank you, right?
Yeah.
guys, thank you. No, that was awesome. That's,
No.
Like the blue signs, I mean, it's the level of detail where we need to be.
Well,
Utilities, that was awesome.
we're starting, this is just the start.
I know, but guys, thank you all.
It's just where we're going.
Ladies, thank you. When I say guys, I mean it.
We're gonna examine it, we're gonna examine it.
Hey,
How are you getting this?
I just put it on this jump drive and I was gonna give it to Robin,
Yeah, okay.
cause that's big, cause it's got all those pictures
Yeah,
in
that's
it.
what I meant.
So
Yeah.
she may have to make a disc and give everybody a disc. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
we can do it. We can do
That's why I just put it on here and y'all do as you please.
Yeah, right.
That's good.
This is it. And you'll have to decide how to best to get it to. And here's the clicker.
Okay, yeah.
Drive down Cheshire Bridge and traffic.
Oh, the heaviest rains over
Yeah, I know, but then I turned around and got to drive all the way back up to the lake and moved boat.
I just couldn't start breaking it down because I could have examined one of those
The
pictures.
funny part, Ralph, you know, in our neighborhoods, every I bet you once a month, I hear people complaining because they have to go out on Hopewell Road on walks because we have no sidewalk. That's what I said.
He comes to a conclusion, and his roads are wider because he wanted people to walk down the road. I worked till dark in that neighborhood last night as I was leaving, and I would drive slow because.
That's what I'm saying.
And there was a father with his 2 sons out.
I think we're gonna
start with that. And I just slowed down, he goes, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just happy to see people do this. That's all I did when I was a kid. We didn't have curbs and gutters, and
That's what I would like for him.
when we had the ice storm back.
Could he come to our next meeting? Because that always, I mean, because I'm gonna have a nice spreadsheet for every pothole around. And let's say they talk about street yes, of course, it absolutely will not happen. We just go on to the next, go on to the next. But I guess the question, is, should we start changing the thinking? And I don't know, it used to be on that sidewalk, should we start changing it?
Well, then now you're going to.
Right.
And then you're talking about the tree ordinance.
I'd like to slow.
See, and this is what I asked Chris like today.
This gets to be bigger and bigger.
That's what I asked Chris today was, what attitude do we have? Because I'm not complaining, you know, it's over. So it's like, I feel like now, because you get the green light.
You just set yourself up for another 6 to 8 months.
Okay, you too.
You guys all have a good Thanksgiving.
as long as
Everybody, it's,
we get it right,
thank you.
as long as we get it right,
Very
I'm not,
protective of the
I'm
grass.
okay with it, as long as
Okay.
council knows we're
So they have
actually
about 40
working.
signs.
And if
that
council
people
can be
use for parties
updated
for
on
any
what
kind
we're
of function.
doing.
Well, I think he'll be good.
And the president of the
And
homeowners
but
association
I think it
keeps
would be
them.
good if
And one of them
we're
says,
going somewhere and
please
the
do not
council
park
was
on-
like,
park on this
absolutely
side, not
don't
on the
waste your
grass.
time on this.
And the
Like,
other ones go
that
down
would be
the
good
other
for
side
us
of the
to know.
parkway and
Does
say,
that make-
don't
is
park
that
on this side of the
cool?
street.
Okay.
And the roads are what, 21 there?
Because
22?
we might be, I don't
And
think we
northbound.
are, but we could be. And if so, I would like to know.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
fine.
think that would be good.
So-
Yes.
But they do
Check.
put up little signs
Yes.
on some of them.
So maybe we
Oh,
can,
they put
maybe,
out
every,
40 signs, 20 lane sign. 'Cause
like
I
when you
put 'em
do
out,
your
put 'em out,
update
put 'em
to
out.
council or
But-
something, you
and
can
then
fill them in
park
on
on the
what
street. They
exactly
only
we're
park on one
doing
side.
after our
And,
meetings.
you know,
They
he's
might,
got to be a system. And
yeah. I just wanna make sure we're going down the right path without going into a rabbit hole.
Right, right,
pictures you
We
took
come
of
out,
Birmingham.
yeah, and then coming up with something that's not good, but
right,
I,
right.
I think in general,
drive by it all
fine.
the time.
Well, we just need to be careful.
Yeah.
Well, we bring Carter in.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff is.
It's really, you had to picture the sidewalk where it
Okay.
comes right up to the fence. where
Okay,
you-
okay, good.
You have to
Okay.
jump over the fence. You
You
saw that, right?
too. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Because the other guy on the street farm, for some reason, had a fence that goes
Are you
out.
gonna be here or away? Or?
Yeah, we're staying in town, we're going.
So the sidewalk literally pours right to it.
That's good. You don't have to serve.
It just doesn't make any sense. Everyone's stuff together. Thank you again. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
That's awesome, man.
I just want it to be enforceable and manageable. Sorry, I know I made this bigger than it, you know.
They loved it. You're the star.
As long as I have a limited audience, I can get people to agree.
Yeah. Keep it to 5.
Yeah, keep it to me, I'm good.
So I told him, I said, no, you're 6 to 8 months away at this point now.
I know.
If,
There's
if,
no way.
if those are
If they're
the
gonna go to all that detail,
I
and that's
said-
okay if that's what they wanna do.
Right, but, you know, I don't know if that's where the council
Wanted.
wants them to go. I mean, they're into the subdivision regs, the sidewalk ordinance, the tree ordinance, just to name a few, you know? I mean, it's like,